Ward up, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening and welcome to Late Night Live number 68. What do we got in the chat already? We got Just Winnie, what's going on? What up, my Nish? Happy Thanksgiving to you as well. And what's going on, Marilyn? Happy Thanksgiving week to you as well. I'm doing quite well. How are you guys doing today? On this beautiful Tuesday evening here, or whatever time of day it might be for all of you. Hello, Abjeet. What's going on, Jagruti? Pumpkin cheesecake. That sounds delicious. I actually have two pie pumpkins in my kitchen that I've been meaning to put in the oven and do all the stuff to get to turn them into pumpkin pie. I just haven't done it yet, and I gotta get on it. Maybe tomorrow, because they're gonna go bad if I don't do it now. What's going on, Mohamed? Nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, they might actually be bad. There's an echo. Does anybody else hear an echo? Everything should be the same as normal. I don't think I have anything set up different. If anybody else hears an echo, please let me know. Alright. It might just be you then, Manish. What up, Oz fam? Oz fam? OZ fam? What do you feel? Or OZ fam? All right. Oh, from your iPad too. Got you. Watching in multiple places. Right on. I have spent a good deal of time at my desk this week, since I last saw you guys, but I haven't been writing. I think it was last Wednesday or Thursday. I was messing with some ink and doing stuff like that, but it wasn't a real session. I was just practicing with some ink and stuff. But it's been a busy week, so I figured tonight I wanted to have just a training session. I haven't had like a really good I'm not thinking of words today. My brain's tired. A really good, I guess, discipline, there's the word I'm looking for, session for practice. So I printed out this here specimen of capitals by Lupford. I'm not gonna be recreating this exact specimen. I just wanted to have this as reference, so that I have something right next to my eye, because I'm gonna work on some capitals, and then I feel like once I feel like I'm getting warmed up, I want to do some more quotes. Not gonna do them in like a quote journal or anything fancy like that, but I just want to write some cool quotes. There was a couple that I was doodling. This is from a couple weeks ago. There's a couple like I was googling just some really cool quatrains and looking at some really awesome poems and then rephrasing them. Like you'll all be, or Penman, and I'm assuming most of you will be familiar with the that famous poem that pretty much every Penman has written, which is the "Count that day lost, whose low descending sun views at thy hand, no worthy action done." That's a Goodfellow poem, but when I recently found the original poem, that's not the original poem. There's other words in there. That's like an abbreviated version. So I'm assuming, I'm guessing that's something that Penman did back in the day. They would take poems and sort of take out some words, things like that, to make them work better with in, I guess, quatrain style format, or in 4 lines, or just nice, good for penmanship. So I've been trying to do that a little bit. These are a couple that I found. This one's just really quick. Unasked, unsought, loves gives, but is not bought. And then I like this one a lot. I think this is another Goodfellow one. Ignore that ugly flourish at the bottom, but it's Let us then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate, still achieving, still pursuing, learnt to labor and to wait. learn to labor and to wait. It's just a cool sort of speaking on poems and things like that. Swear word poem rephrasing? What do you mean, Mohammed? I mean, I enjoy writing swear words pretty, so if you got some poems with swear words in them, I'm cool with that. Gotta get warmed up and stuff first. But there was another poem that I actually just randomly got in my email from this like quote daily email service or letter that I'm subscribed to, which I normally delete them, but there was one that came in and I quite liked it, so I screenshotted it, so I'll check that one out later. But at a really quick glance, I was like, oh, this would format really well for writing. Watermelon pie. No, I carved watermelons for Halloween, but I also purchased pie pumpkins. Watermelon pie. Is that a thing? I guess you're saying that because I carved watermelons instead of pumpkins. I don't know that I've heard of watermelon pie. Can you make watermelon pie? You must be able to make watermelon pie. Don't just do something, stand there. I like that one a lot. Got you, my man. Okay. I like that. That's like those YouTube videos, what's it called? Unnecessary censorship. Those are fun, where you can just put swear words in where they don't belong and it makes something funny. Oh, what's going on, Zach? Watermelon pie is real. Is it like... You gotta add like some... It's gotta be like a lot of cream or something's gotta be added to that to give it some texture? Because it can't just be watermelon. I mean, watermelon flavor and then... What's the texture like? Is it like a pumpkin pie? Or does it end up being more like an apple pie? Is that how you ask them not to lollygag? By saying, don't just do something, stand there. I like that a lot. I've heard that before, but I had forgotten it. That's a good one. Also, yet again, a huge apology has to go out to Zach. Zach was a member of our community, or is a member of our community, and he was the first person to purchase a specimen of mine that I created on this stream, and that specimen has not arrived at Zach's home yet. And the reason for that is because I've been busy, and in taking too long to mail it out, I'm writing some other specimens, so Zach's not just gonna get the specimen that he purchased, but some other specimens and a cool letter and some things like that. Maybe some of the ones I write tonight, I'll chuck in the mail to Zach as a little thank you and bonus for his amazing patience, because I've been really bad at putting your specimen in the mail to you. It's happening very soon. It's right there. I can see it right behind my computer. But I can't just send just the specimen. It's gotta be a package. It's a Penman going to a Penman. I gotta do it all out. And if I'm gonna do it all out, I gotta be in good writing form. So let's get into good writing form, shall we? Very good movie, Marilyn. Very good movie. Alright, here we go. Let's get to writing. I'm gonna put this alphabet to the side so I can reference it. Let's get warmed up here. I don't know if this nib is good or not. The nib I have been writing with for like the past month died on me. I sat at my desk and I sat here and I just started writing this right before the stream started, and my hairlines were completely gone with that nib, and I tried to really quick take a look at it under the loop and it looks fine. So there's something else going on and I didn't have time to actually address what was really wrong. So like 1 minute before we started the stream, I grabbed this other used nib out of my tin here, and we're all gonna cross our fingers and hope that it is in good working order. If not, we will have to either find another one or tune this one a little bit better, but hopefully it's good. Alright, let's get ourselves warmed up. Whoa, give me a hairline, how about? Oh, with the fineness. Watermelon pie. It's creamy, okay. Like a whipped topping. It has chunks of watermelon. Huh. I will have to, I'm gonna have to look into watermelon pie and see if I can find somebody local who makes or sells watermelon pie. Definitely not something I have ever had before. Alright. Also writing smaller today than I normally do. This guide sheet is using a guide sheet that is 7/32 of an inch, but my capital letters are 2 of those, which ends up being 7/16 of an inch. That's what we're using today. That is, I believe, the size that Lupfer wrote his specimens at, the ones that are in, if you've seen Michael Saul's book, or the ones that were, a lot of them printed in the Business Educator. The lined paper that he used for those was, I believe, lined at 7/16. So, I am training myself to write a little bit smaller, which requires a little bit of control. What does that mean in millimeters? Let me tell you. 7/16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 11 millimeters. Approximately. There's obviously there's some decimal points in there, but it's pretty close to right on 11 millimeters. What up, Hody? Welcome, welcome. Using my glasses cloth that you guys suggested I started doing last week. I've been enjoying it. That being said, I haven't been writing very much since last week. The writing has been on the dry side this week, which is bad, I know. But that's a big reason why Late Night Live exists, so that I can at least write once a week when I have a crazy busy week. I can have a good practice session. So far, this nib feels okay. I'm hoping the flex is similar to the last one I was using, so that I don't have to worry about doing any kind of different pressure, and it will just work nicely. It's a little bit scratchier than the one I was using last week, but I think we can make it work. I might smooth it out a little bit later, but I'm gonna leave it as is for now. Christmas card sent! I'm excited! I checked my mail yesterday and there was nothing in there. I'm excited for my first Christmas card to come into my P.O. box. Ooh. Kink. Thank you for writing me a Christmas card, Hody. If anybody wants to write me a letter or a Christmas card or anything of the sort, the address is in the description down below for my P.O. box. There we go. Okay, you guys are a little far away, I'm just now realizing. There we go. Now you can see what's going on. Lock the focus. 2 weeks? Sounds good. I'll be patient. No rush. I welcome Christmas cards or any cards. I welcome Christmas cards if they come in December, January, February, March, April, May, June, Christmas next year. I don't care. Alright. Now when Lupfer does, he has a way, these old penmen had a way of getting this entry flourish. Lupfer specifically didn't start so high. He started down here, and then there's this like whoop, more abrupt curve that they had, which is interesting. It doesn't come naturally out of my hand. But we're gonna work on that. Can't send a tracking package to a P.O. box. You can't? That's interesting. I thought you... Oh no, I guess you can track it. I can't track it. My P.O. box can get packages. I just get a little card that lets me know they have it because my box is quite small. How many Christmas cards do you guys send every year, would you say? If you keep track, I'm curious. How many Christmas cards does the average person mail out, or the average calligrapher or penman send out to their friends? $50. Wow, that's impressive. Shades feel funny at this size. They need to loosen up. Nope. I feel like I'm going too slow. Trying to control my writing. I'm gonna raise my chair ever so slightly. 50 is quite a lot. There we go. OZ fam, you're not alone there. I may be the world's best write things and never send them person. That might be, yeah, I'm really bad for that. Although I've never written a Christmas card before. And I've never written a Christmas card, period. Now that I think about it. I've designed Christmas cards, but never had them printed. Okay, horizontal oval looking funny. What up, Darshan? How you doing? I'm quite well. How are you? Horizontal ovals are messy today. What up, Lori? How you doing? We're in warm-up mode at the moment. What up, Aravind? Hello, hello. Our addresses in India pretty complex. Curvalin. Curvalin? Curvalin 1. Oh, see, that's a cool fax. That would be cool to get a fax like that in your office. That's fun. You asked a long question, Mohammed? Let me check it out here. Alright, Mohammed has a question. I'm going to read it out loud since it's not... Whoa, that is a long question. Alright, let's see what your question is. I'm going to read it out loud for everybody. I have a problem with the capital stem, as in B, K, and N. After I descend, spread the tines, and start moving to the left, making a smooth arch transition to the bottom of the shade. The tines tend to snap rather violently, which leads to loss of control and subpar result. How can one solve this issue? How should one apply pressure throughout the capital stem shade? How exactly do you pull to the left, muscular hinge, or finger flicking? I have no issues with any other stem and use jumping/elastic action because the shade continues into a hairline. However, when it comes to the K stem, either the shade tail is too long or it's warped. Please try answering all parts of this question in detail, as this issue is rather topical. Thank you. Whoa, that's a lot. Okay, let's see here. So, first thing, I'm just trying to understand the snap that you're referring to. So you're talking about a stem coming from... coming down like so. Oops. I'm getting a potbelly shade at the size I'm writing today. I'll just say when I get those, how I try to get rid of that. Whoa, that is a... I like the original spelling. That's awesome. Cool. Thank you for elaborating. I do apologize if I say it wrong in the future. I will do my best to say it correctly, but I don't even speak real words correctly all the time. I mean, not that your name isn't a real word. I mean, words that I should know how to pronounce and say. Lurker James? How do you see Lurker James? Oh, just Winnie? Is he here? Did I miss a Lurker James post? Or are you just assuming that Lurker James is here? Okay, so I feel like, Mohammed, this might be related to when you get that jagged bottom of your stem shade, which is something that I've never really had an issue with. For me with my stem, I'll go in slow motion, so this isn't gonna be movement, but the biggest thing for me, as far as how the tines close, I basically follow, that's the path that I follow. So if I wasn't shading, essentially that's the shape that I would be creating. And you can see that if ever I'm signing an art piece or signing something, which would be like business penmanship, for example. In business penmanship, you'd come down on the slant line for a stem instead of going farther. But because it's habitual for me to do this path, oh, we got a new follower. Or a new, who is it? What up, Amy? I didn't catch the pronunciation of the last name, but Fuzzy Bunny or Dizzy Bunny. I love it when we have the Dizzy Bunny in the chat. Welcome, new subscriber. Okay, so, like I said, when I'm writing in business penmanship and things like that, that's my path that I'm pretty much always taking when I'm doing capitals. That is I have my stem, and then I'm doing that undercurve all the way out. So that's the path that I follow. And I will say that I'm pretty sure there are multiple ways that one can go by this. This just happens to be the way that seems to make the most sense for me. Please don't judge the quality of my capital stems today, because I don't know if they're warmed up or if my hand's in a good mood. But, so anyways, that's the path that I'm always trying to follow. And then what happens when I apply weight, there's never a snap or anything like that that happens when I'm shading. I don't use hinge movement. I don't really use hinge movement hardly at all when I'm writing, just because my paper isn't angled quite enough for that. Oh, what's going on, James? There he is. You called him out and he arrived. It's like Beetlejuice. You just gotta say his name and he shows up. That was awesome. James is real. Well, of course James is real. Yeah, Aravind, that's the way, technically both tines are making the shade. Just the way I think about it in my head is that the left tine is following that undercurve, and then when I apply pressure, and I'll show you what happens here. I just cleaned my nib, so I'll do this with a roller ball. If I have this undercurve, and then I have, this is the shape I'm going for my capital stem, rather flat right there. So that's essentially what I want the capital stem to look like, if that's the shape I'm going for. And we all know I could make that more rounded, or I could make it more asymmetrical and more squared off on the bottom, but let's say I was going for this shape. The path that I'm following is this left tine. You could also follow a path in the middle. Let's say if I wrote a line right in the middle here, you could technically, if I were to follow this middle line, then I would apply weight evenly on both sides, they would spread out, and then it would close as I release to the left. Personally, and that's the exact same thing that's happening as if I'm doing it the way that I think about it. It's just the way you think about it. The tine is technically, or the nib's doing the same thing. I think about this undercurve, and then what happens if I follow this undercurve? As I apply weight, the right tine is naturally going to follow down my slant line. And then when that follows down, I get to the thickest point here, right in the middle, or wherever you want the thickest point to be in your shade. And then I'm releasing pressure. So there's never an abrupt place for the nibs, for the tines to snap or anything like that. Because this undercurve is always smoothly flowing. Like you'll see, and these aren't the best examples of nice shades, but you'll see in this left, if you pay attention to the left, the top of each one of these shades, it's that smooth undercurve. So that's how I pretty much always get a smooth undercurve on the top of my shade. Then where the challenge comes in is training the hand to apply the pressure to this thick point and then start releasing pressure. And what naturally happens, essentially I'm just going down, creating my weight, and then closing to the right. But because I have this natural undercurve from the left tine going down to the left, to the lower left, as I'm applying pressure, my right tine is going to follow the slant line, and as I release pressure, it's going to slowly close itself off. So it's going to end up being a hairline going horizontally, essentially on the baseline or flowing back up or wherever it ends up going. But from this point to this point is applying pressure, and then we're releasing pressure from there. So that becomes the then big challenge to how to get that nice and smooth. And that's, again, there are multiple ways that I think penmen back in the day would talk about applying pressure or how they would apply pressure. I'm almost certain some of them used their fingers. I'm guessing a lot of them did, or some of them anyways, did pressing down with their hand as they were writing. They would just press with their, say, index finger, for example. They would press down and then release. That is a viable option. Then there's also the method of gripping the pen. I personally use this one a little bit more, sort of in conjunction with some other ones, but that's gripping the pen with your thumb and middle finger. So the index finger isn't really applying pressure, it's just here. It's not pressing on the nib at all or on the pen at all to push it down. It's just sitting. It could technically be up here. And then when I grip between these two thumb and middle finger, you'll see what happens when I'm here. When I grip, naturally, when I grip in with my thumb, it pulls the nib down. So you could go that way. You could do, as you're coming down here, you could grip and then release your grip. And there is, I don't remember which PDF of it, but there is documented articles in the Business Educator that talk about doing your shade that way. Then another way to shade, which is another one that I like a lot, is all using arm. So you mentioned hinge movement. Not hinge movement per se, but it's the vertical pressure of your arm. So if everything in my hand was locked, there's obviously going to be a little bit of the grip, because if I don't grip, the pen is going to fall out of my hand, because my writing grip is super, super light, and if I apply pressure to the page, it's just going to fall out. So there's obviously a little bit of grip that happens, but this is one that I demonstrate when I teach quite a bit, and that's when you're writing here with no pressure on the top of the pen. My arm, if you look at my forearm here in the face cam, my arm is going down and up. So I'm on the sort of the edge of my fingers. I'm right here on the page. So I have, if this was the page, for example, my hand is floating above the page. I have room. I can press into the page. This technique doesn't really work. Elastic action. It doesn't really work with anything but the traditional grip, because if you're using a palm, like knuckles to the side grip, your hand's already on the page, and you can't really, you can press in a little bit more, but then you're gonna get some restriction, because there's gonna be a lot more friction and stuff like that as you press in. Whereas when you're here, you just have that elastic motion and the whole arm is pressing down. So those are three, and certainly there are combinations of those. I don't think there's one necessary, like one way to shade that rules them all. I think it's whatever works for you. I personally tend to try. I like, is it the best way? I don't know. But I like the way that it feels. I use my arm to do my shade, and then with a little bit of the grip coming in as well. I try to not press down with my fingers. The only time I do the shade with my fingers is when I'm doing slower writing or engrosser script, shaded Spencerian, things like that. But that's different because we're not using movement writing doing that. So really, let me reread your question here real quick. So I don't know exactly how to solve the issue because I don't really know where that snap is happening. All I can imagine is that if you are, instead of coming down to the left, it feels like you might almost be coming, instead of a smooth undercurve to the left, it might just be coming down a little bit more steep. So you're applying weight, then you get to this point here, and then you have to go like, it's almost going like straight sideways. So that's where then the nib could potentially snap or is digging into the paper, or this left time, because it's coming down and then has to travel this way, it's gonna potentially snap a little bit there, rather than it flowing in this nice undercurve on the left hand side. Another potential thing to think about, and this is disclaimer, this is maybe a little bit controversial. It's something I've been experimenting with lately. Still too early to know if I like it and it's the way I want it to be, or if it's just too early to tell. But in all of the books, most of them modern, there are very few places in the old books, in the old documentation, that explain this, or that explicitly say that the nib needs to be aligned with your writing angle. So with this guide sheet and with these examples, it's 52 degrees. So we've always, we were always told nib at 52 degrees. So that works. But what's going to happen, you're going to increase the chance of getting that snap at the bottom. Whereas if this were to be, say, at 45 degrees, so more of an angle than your writing slant, you're going to have an easier time closing those tines. So what I've been experimenting with lately, and that's why I've been using the Kraken holder a whole lot, is specifically because you can see the kink between the nib and the flange, or in the pen, in the flange, there's that kink right there. I have the flange kinked so that when I have my paper at the writing angle that I like, and I have my hand at the writing angle that I like, my nib is not a lot, but ever so slightly curved or angled to a more like 45 sort of degree angle than 52. Still experimenting with that. Certain letter forms it can help, doing, say, the capital S and things like that. Other letter forms, it's not as helpful, like applying the shade on this second shade on the capital B, for example, isn't as helpful writing this way. But it's something that I've been sort of experimenting with, and you don't need to necessarily change your flange for it. It could be something as easy as, if I bring my elbow in slightly from if I'm right here, if this is where I'm comfortable writing, if I bring my elbow in slightly, I'm still comfortable writing here, but I have more of an aggressive angle. And then if I bring my elbow out slightly, still at a comfortable place, but now my nib is at a 52 degree slant line. So that's what I've been experimenting with, potentially modifying my elbow placement for certain letters. Like I said before, too early to tell. I don't know. I don't want to say do this because it might not be a great idea, but it's something I experiment with, because that, I would assume, would help with that issue. Same with when you were having the jagged bottom issue before as well. It's something that I think can help with that quite well. We grab a sip of tea, and then I'm gonna write some capital stems, because that was just a lot of talking. I missed a whole lot of chat, I think. I saw your comment, Lori, while I was explaining something, and I chose to ignore it. I didn't read the whole comment, I just saw the capital letters. But thank you for mentioning that so we can move on to something else. Yeah, Erevin, it's the aggressive angle. It can be helpful for certain letter forms. Currently, I like it. I like the way it feels. Like I said, certain forms, I have noticed that if I don't bring my elbow back out again, say to do a capital B. Whoa, not a very good shade there, but this from right here to about right there on the capital B can be a little bit more challenging if you have an aggressive angle versus angled at your slant line. So it all depends. It's not a one size fits all sort of thing. Sandwiches are good. What kind of sandwich, Marilyn? Whoa. See, my shades are not very smooth today. Which, we gotta get them smooth, because I gotta do some nice writing. So let's get some smooth shades, shall we? There we go. Nope. That's better. Nice and smooth. Peanut butter and strawberry jelly. Very nice. It's getting smoother. Lori, I thought we changed the subject. Twerk class right after tap. I had to teach tap today, and I teach tap tomorrow. It's a lot of tap this week. I hear Lurker James runs a twerk class in Vegas, if you guys are interested. Maybe that'll be Atlanta. Maybe that's the next IAMPeth. The late night classes will have less. Somebody can run a twerk class at IAMPeth. Smoothing out my shades. Going bigger for a little bit just to try to get. I feel like this nib might be a little stiffer than the last one I was using. Maybe, ooh, that was smooth. Oh, now we're on Leon again. One day. I'm bringing a shirt that says Leon isn't imaginary to IAMPeth next year. Leon is not a figment of my imagination, and I'll get a photo with Leon. Leon Dixon. Was that you, James, or was that somebody else, or was that another Leon that was watching? You're welcome, Mom. I hope that was helpful. Send me another message. Actually, I might repost your question on the Discord, just to get other people chatting about it, because there's people in there that have read a lot of articles as well and are good at citing things, because we can, in the OP chat channel, we can sort of dive into that a little bit more, the specifics of your question. But thank you for hanging out and have a great day. Oh, rickety desk. Whoops. Potbelly. There we go. No, I can't fix the desk. I have to send it to somebody to get it fixed. And it's going to be very expensive, unfortunately. And I'm at my desk pretty much all day, every day when I'm not teaching dance classes. So it's not the easiest thing to not have my desk. My plan was, while I was traveling, to have somebody work on it while I was, say, overseas teaching or something like that. But I haven't been overseas teaching in a couple of years, so that has not happened. I need to maybe raise my chair more? My arm feels very off today. We might not get to quote writing if I don't get smoothed out pretty quick here. Blah, all over the place. None of these shades look good. Oh, Atlanta's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good one. Jeez. I feel like my desk is like more wobbly than normal. I don't know why. When it comes to writing speed, if we were doing, say, engrosser script or like a freehand roundhand or a Spencerian signwriter script or something like that, you could, or you normally would, write a little bit quicker on the upstroke and slower on the downstroke to control the downstroke. But with ornamental penmanship, usually I like to try to keep the movement. It usually slows down a little bit when we get into the shade, but I prefer the idea of it being smooth. Like if I was doing this shade, I would want it to be just a nice smooth, and the shade just kind of happens as I'm going. Easier said than done. I usually end up slowing down. I don't slow down during the shade. Sometimes I'll slow down in this point right here, right before the shade. That's just a me thing. There are other penmen who are very, very good. Like if you watch, say, Brian, iCursive on Instagram, if you watch him write, he tends to slow down quite a bit, transitioning into his shades. I don't like to do that as much because I can see the transition in my own hand. It's not a smooth transition from fast to slower. So example, if I was doing, say, a capital C is one that demonstrates it quite a bit. If we were doing a capital C, you could do, I can get that slow down at the top as I'm going into that shade. But personally, I can see that transition where I go from faster to slower. So personally, I try to keep it at one even speed the whole way, and use just a really quick elastic motion for my shades. And that ensures that it's more challenging, but the flow of the letter, I think, when you're warmed up and when it's coming out of the hand nice, tends to be a little bit better, I think. Oh, Hody, I could not disagree with you more. I think the lowercase, I don't practice lowercase, which is why my lowercase aren't super stellar. But to me, ornamental penmanship capitals are the hardest thing in penmanship, calligraphy, writing. They are the hardest, in my opinion. Others will probably disagree with that statement, but that is how I feel of all the styles that I've done. Geez, looking at these, I'm really all over the place today. Ugh, why am I all over the place today? Am I stressed? I don't think I'm stressed. Am I tense for some reason? Oh, let's stretch. See if I can loosen up a little bit. It just doesn't look good. Maybe I'll try to write a little bit bigger for a minute. See if I can't smooth things out ever so slightly. Where? There you are. I'll go a little bit bigger to a 1/2 inch. The L and the B in the same shape. Yes. It can be a challenge. None of it is easy, I would say. But for that, it's just a matter of, because if you think of the way you do the L and the B, the hard stroke, or the difficult part of both of those letters, is your ascended loop. Is that. Which is not that difficult to get two of those the same. And then you have the one is the L, and the other is the B. But the big one, I mean, it's not so much what you're saying, or what I hear when I read that, is that it's not that it's hard to get the L and the B the same shape, but it's hard for you to get two ascender loops the same, which just means we need more practice on the ascender loop. So we can do all of these essentially the same. And then we can have an L, an H, a B, another L. Ascender loops are, I mean, they're hard. They are a challenge. I'm gonna add a little bit of water to my ink, I think. Today, I feel, this might not be the right word, but I feel needy today. Every time I write, I'm like, I gotta raise my chair, lower my chair, add water to my ink, fix my nib, blah blah blah. I feel needy. Nothing feels right today, ladies and gentlemen. Why doesn't it feel right today? I don't know. Add some water to my ink. Ink is feeling a little too thick. We're using McCaffrey's Iron Gall ink today, if anybody is curious. But it's getting rather sludgy. I might have to decant this jar into another jar soon. Completely out of writing ink. Zach, I think the only time that's happened to me, well, I've never run out at home. I have run out when I'm traveling before, or I've just not had ink. But I'll show you why that isn't a problem for me. Whoops. There we go. Reaching. So, for example, with McCaffrey's ink, there's my McCaffrey's ink. So, I don't run out of ink very often. And that's just one kind of ink that I have. I will never go through all of that. I need to bottle some jars for students and for friends and things like that out of that. But I have an awful lot of ink. But also, I guess it's only in the past year that I've started using, I guess since I amp it, I've started using more Iron Gall than I used to. I started Penmanship with all Iron Gall. And then I transitioned to all my practice being with walnut crystals, or walnut from crystals. And then I recently have gone back to back to McCaffrey's. And when I'm using crystals, I mean, I have a lot of walnut crystals, so I never run out of walnut. I just make more all the time. I haven't actually used walnut in a while. We could write with walnut today. I don't even know where my walnut is. Let's see if I can find some walnut. I have a tiny little jar, itty bitty little jar of green ink because I was writing a Hogwarts letter for a friend of mine's daughter the other day. Blacklight ink, walnut. I don't know if this mixture's any good. Let's find out. Let's revisit walnut again. After, gosh, it's been months since I've dipped a nib in walnut. You can tell by how settled it is. It's in your blood. Yeah, pretty much. I also have, I guess I have some Sumi stick ink that I ground a couple of weeks ago that I want to test that out today as well. See how that's writing. I mixed it a little too thick, so I need some of it to evaporate out so I can fill it with water, or I need to pull some out of it. Yeah, walnut crystals are the way to go. Even if you don't practice with walnut all the time, or you don't write with walnut all the time, it's just so handy having crystals, because in situations where you run out of ink, you just have crystals, and they don't take up a lot of space. I show this to a lot of people at IAMPIT. Here's another little, same size little mini jar, but here's another little mini jar of walnut crystals. This is the jar that goes, I top this up anytime I leave my house, if I'm going to a convention or something like that. I rarely need to use it, because, I mean, I use large jars of ink and they take a long time to go empty, but when I'm traveling, if I'm going to be gone for a while or writing a lot, or if I could make ink for somebody, I keep walnut crystals in a tiny little jar with me. And then I have a larger stash or a larger jar of crystals at home. I've actually never done Italian hand before. It is very beautiful, but I've never tried it. I'm gonna have to move my camera again. Either it's moving, or I'm just set it up wrong again. Hello, Walnut, old friend. Maybe it's just this nib I don't like today. Here, I'm gonna reorganize my camera ever so slightly so I'm in a better frame for you guys. What up, Jen? Tequila Jen. Are you out drinking this evening, Jen? That's fun. What's the occasion? Moving my camera over to this. Whoa, sorry, jittery. Where we want that? Right in the middle. About like that. That should be better, I hope. Tighten so you don't slip. I hope it's not slipping. Okay. I mean, that's really all you need at IAMPIT. It's the low supplies will sneak up on you, Zach. You gotta be careful. Okay, how's that? Focus. I like McCaffrey's. I'm a fan of it. I've never used Fox and Quills. I'm assuming I'd be a fan of it. I will say I've never been a huge fan of Ziller ink before. Well, sounds fun, Jen. Cheers to you. If I had some tequila, I would have one. What up, Brolin? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I don't know why. I've never really liked Ziller ink. I don't have a specific reason as to why I've never liked Ziller's ink. It's just never appealed to me very much. Weird shaped oval down there. This walnut is very dark. I agree. Zach needs to put in a major order, a bulk buy. I also will say, if you have a McCaffrey's jar already, I would personally opt for the 4-ounce jar of McCaffrey's ink. The 4-ounce glass jars. In my own experience, I used those back in the day before I got this giant one, and for some reason I never had any mold issues in the 4-ounce jar. I know a lot of people have issues with the regular jars, but I would use the ink from the 4-ounce jar and pour it into my regular jar and then seal up the 4-ounce jar again, and it is a good storage jar, or bottle. I guess it's not really a jar. Ooh, John Neal Black Friday sale. Now's the time. Get all your calligraphy supply needs. Penmanship, everything. Ooh, Gray Shade Society. Even though it's walnut, so it's not a gray shade, but I don't think I'm allowed to buy penmanship or calligraphy supplies for a long time. I have too much stuff, and I haven't been using it enough lately. There we go. Starting to smooth up a little bit. Gray Shirt Society needs to be a thing. I have to find like a cool, like, Illuminati style shirt and mimic it with a gray shade type of something design. Whoa, what happened to my upstroke there? So much, that's thick. Is that a paper fiber? Or is this nib doing something funny? pink. With what design on it? You want it to say hot pink? Okay. Feels like the arm is starting to warm up, maybe. And then a wonky G, so maybe not. I'll see if John Neal will release my alphabet shirt in hot pink. Here we go. That was a good one. Excuse me. Okay. I got this love for example, but I haven't been looking at it very much because my hand has not been smooth enough to even begin replicating. Okay, so the biggest difference between my G and Lovefor's G is the size of the ending oval. Okay. Well, let's make the ending oval larger then. Walnut feels good. I haven't written with walnut in such a long time. There we go. That's maybe the nicest stem of the night. Right on. That's a beautiful letter K, that is. Quite happy with that, if I do say so myself. Not a real word. Content. Even though that's with a C, but whatever. Content means happy in French. And I'm not really sure if I spelt it right. It might be E-N-T. There might not be an E. Well, there'd be an E on the end if it's feminine, I guess. I don't know. French is confusing. nice H, that is. Alright. Getting warm. About time. It's been over an hour. Still rocky. Doing the reversed oval into the stem for some reason. Smooth yourself out. Reversed oval into the stem. I don't have time for your unsmoothness. Oh, I'm going smaller. Whoopsies. This new paper is slightly more opaque than Rhodia. The lines are much more visible on the camera than they are in real life. Through the paper. Alright, almost done this sheet. Maybe we'll try to write a quote. Oops. Missed. Whoa, why does that feel so crazy? Yep, Canadian Thanksgiving was in October. In October? Yeah, in October. So I don't know if I'll do anything for this, for American Thanksgiving. Uh-oh, we ran out of lines down here. Can we do one more line of practice? Just not a good day for capital stems today. Whoa. Paper moved. That looks like a bird. Like those little birds that you paint in the background of a landscape painting. No, Potbelly. Go away, Potbelly. Getting there. I do want to write this. I like writing at the smaller size. I want to see if I can go back to the smaller size now that I'm a little bit warmed up. Hopefully it feels good. Everybody cross your fingers. Fingers crossed. And if not, maybe today's just not a good writing day, which is all right. That's acceptable. Of course, Odriswini. They were the staple of any good landscape, any good child drawing. Just like the chimney on a house. Mandatory. Ooh, not a bad A. Of course. What up, Giancarlo? Welcome, welcome. We're just starting a new sheet of paper. I've spent the past hour and a half trying to warm up my arm. To see if I can get to a good writing mode. Right there and right there. And bottom shade on the B gives me a lot of trouble these days. Way more trouble than it should. There we go. Nope. Too long. It's gotta go like right there. Ah, you're not late. We only started an hour ago. Hour and a half. It's not like we have a schedule or anything like that. Newborn nephews is a very good, valid excuse for not being at the live. Come on. I know the feeling. You can't be that old. My oldest nieces are teenagers already, which is crazy. Whoa. No. Too long. Well, today might just be a full day of me practicing capitals to get my arm to relax. Sorry, everybody. No. Getting a weird shape in there. Sounds good, Marilyn. Me too. Everything just feels really clunky. Needs to be smooth. Like whole arm writing. whole arm movement is just so smooth. I wish I could control it at a small size. Whole arm, small capitals. Can I do whole arm at this size? No, definitely not. No, too inconsistent. But forearm feels so restricted. Stretch the arm. Stretch the arm. There's what we want. A nice E. Good shade. Exit ovals pointing up a little bit. Nope. Good night, Lori. Thanks for hanging out. Sweet dreams. Fingers crossed. Well, today's a good example of, I tell everybody all the time, you guys hear me say it every single week, make sure that you're falling in love with the process. This is part of the process. It can be a little frustrating sometimes if you want your writing to always be perfect, or if you want your writing to be perfect, which, who are we kidding? We all want our writing to be perfect. But it's part of the journey. And I can't really be mad at myself, that's better, for not having super clean letter forms tonight, because, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I haven't practiced enough. In the past week, to expect my writing to be really good. So this is sometimes what it's all about. And even now, I should be dedicating more time to one single form rather than, as you can see, I'm bouncing back and forth from different letters all the time. But I have fun doing that. So that's the way I do it. do feel like this walnut is a little on the... I can't tell. Is it too dark? Add a little bit of water to it. Just a little bit. That happens, Marilyn. I got asked last week to do a whole bunch of Christmas cards, and I emailed the person a sample of my writing and what it would cost, and no response. So that happens. It's true. Well, I mean, people also get busy. Or if somebody responded before you, then they might choose that person. Yeah, there's many reasons why things work the way they do. Gray shade, beige shade, I guess, when I'm using walnut, but I still call it a gray shade. Gray shades look amazing. I wish my nib could always be loaded with the littlest amount of ink so that every shade could be a gray shade, but that's not really possible. Oh, empty shade. Yeah, that happens, Odie. Lots of times. Well, and a lot of calligraphers will do it. Well, we'll see. Maybe they'll respond. Fingers crossed. Whoops. Oh, that'd be cool. I like that idea, Zach. I like that a lot. I mean, I like the vibe of a speakeasy, so a Penman themed one would be awesome. What drink would the Iron Gull be? Can I get an Iron Gull with a sugar rim? No, not a sugar rim, What kind of we gotta? That's what we'd have to do now. If we had a speakeasy, we gotta make up drinks for all like for all different inks. Ink or drinks gotta have ink names. That works. I'll be Lupfer. I'll dress up like Lupfer. I gotta get a high collar and grow up. I don't have enough facial hair to be an old Master Penman. Ooh, that was a quick, snappy shade. I need to do that more often. Yeah, with the quickness. Ran out of ink on that one. How did pen ladies dress before? I mean, women penmen just dressed basically the way all women dressed in the late 1800s, early 1900s. I mean, the guys are just in suits, really. Nothing fancy either. True enough. But they could wear anything. I mean, anything now. We can pretend what they wore. That's a legitimate, cool idea, though, Zach. I mean, I could see even the public being involved. Not just penmen either. You can do calligraphers, like old writers and stuff. Some kind of scriptorium. But a bar would be pretty cool. Yep, knew that was gonna happen. Guinness and a side of iron gall. They just give you little, like, not dinky dips, but little glass, like mini shot glasses of ink. Like, another round of the ink or the Guinness, sir. I like that. I mean, have you ever gone to write at a coffee shop before? You can write in peace at a coffee shop. Kahlo writes everywhere in the world, pretty much. Coffee shops, airports, you name it. She sits down and writes. I've never done penmanship at a coffee shop before. Wait, that's a lie. I have in Berlin. But I've painted shoes. Like, I've full on done, back when I used to paint Nikes, I used to go to a coffee shop by my house. I preferred painting at home, but it was a good I forced myself just to get out of the house because I spent so much time in the house just working on projects, that I would go to a coffee shop, and I asked permission before I started doing it, but I would just order a drink and paint shoes. Just sit there. A lot of people came by and asked. I guess it wasn't really, half of it was in peace, and then half of it was answering questions, and people would come by and talk. But I'm a pretty social person when I'm working, so I enjoy talking to people. It's probably why I do a live stream when I practice. Uh-oh, gonna run out of ink, I think. Yep. With a side of iron gall. I like it. What kind of ink for you today, sir? I don't know. What do you got on tap? Oh, we got a new batch of McCaffrey's, or we got the new I don't know. Can't think of inks now, but they got them all on tap, and they'll give you little mini, thimble shot glasses of ink for your writing. And they're really wide base though, so they don't spill at all, so you're safe in case somebody bumps your table. The bar and all the chairs are proper height for writing. That's like the main best part of the whole thing, because that doesn't exist at any other establishment. All the chairs and tables are really good height for writing. All the chairs are maybe adjustable. Maybe they auction off, or they sell off specimens. Pieces that people write in the coffee shop get posted, like how coffee shops have art that you can buy on the walls. But it's that, but all the pieces that are up on the walls for sale were created in the Penman bar. Penman Museum. What would you call it? You gotta think of a cool penmanship type of name. Ooh, things are feeling a little bit smoother. The Shitty Quill. Not a bad name. Oh, Shifty Quill. That's better than Shitty Quill. Shitty Quill's probably not actually a good name. Should we do that one night at Iampith? We'll have a speakeasy night at Iampith. Get one of the ballrooms late and have everybody dress up old school and have a speakeasy, play some old jazz music. Some saloon jazz. Oh, I thought things were smoothing out. Those last two weren't very smooth. With a small lady hat. Like, Hody's gonna have her entire outfit planned out. The Penman's Pub. I like it. Do it. The Penman's Pub can have exhibitions. Like maybe parts of the Iampith scrapbook get taken there for showings for, say, events. Or there's special events when certain penmen are gonna be in town. In the daytime, maybe it could run classes or something like that. Speakeasy's like a... Gosh, what is the proper definition of a speakeasy? During, like, Prohibition, when you couldn't really... I mean, there weren't bars and things like that. There would be these, like, secret... they'd be, like, downstairs, like, secret door rooms, to go into these essentially secret bars. And they'd just be like a bar, but they were called a speakeasy. I think, is that the proper definition of a speakeasy? That's what it is in my head. I want to make sure it's right. Yeah, there'd be like a password, or you needed to know to go there, because it was illegal. I'm gonna look at the actual proper definition, though, to make sure that I'm doing it justice. An illicit liquor store or nightclub. Well, that's a boring definition. We can do better than that. Yeah, a place where alcoholic beverages are illegally sold, so it's a secret bar, essentially. Yeah, it was during Prohibition. I don't actually know... An unsolicited saloon? So called from the practice of speaking quietly about the place in public, or when inside it, as to not alert the police or the neighbors. So, speak easy, so you speak quiet about it. It was secret, essentially. Huh! I didn't know that's why it was called a speakeasy, but my definition of it was correct. Ooh. Heck yeah! It's gotta have a cool secret entrance. I like it. I mean, not a secret entrance, but if anybody's ever been to Castle in the Air in San Francisco, it's kind of, not a speakeasy, it's just a pen store, a stationery store, and then upstairs there's classes and stuff. I mean, a building like that could be modified to create what we're envisioning. I mean, lots of places could be. Yeah, not shady. Yeah, not shady. It was just, people would go out and drink and listen to music and have a good time, but then when Prohibition came around, you couldn't. So people would just do it privately and secretly. But it wasn't shady. I mean, yes, they were doing illegal things, but they weren't doing things that were illegal before Prohibition. It was just illegal because of Prohibition. So they were just secret gatherings. It wasn't like there was drugs and super, like, I mean, there probably was, but it wasn't like a bad thing. They were just being secretive during that era. Whoa. Oh, these are such cool ideas. A nondescript holder had to be inserted into an obscure inkwell to open the door. I like that. Maybe everybody gets like nibs, but they're not nibs, it's actually like a key. So everybody has their pen, and they have to go in with their pen to somehow unlock the secret door with their key pen. The snappy nib. I mean, honestly, call it Snap City. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Snap City. City's probably a little too broad, but I just use that term all the time, so that pops in my head. But I like the snappy nib. That has the more saloony, speakeasy vibe to it. I like it. You gotta make it happen, Zach. Ink bar and pad. No, the Gray Shade Society is a group of people that just happen to meet at the Snappy Nib. Yeah, it's like a secret menu. Excuse me, sir, can I get a fresh copy of the Zenarian manual? Ah, I see you seek only the finer things. Right this way, sir. Let me show you to where we stock the fresh prints. I'm so into it. It's such a good idea. Oops. The Gray Shade Society is a legend. Yes, of course. It's like the Illuminati. They're probably the ones that fund the darn thing. They fund the speakeasy. They're like the mafia. They're not evil or mean, but they run the show. They call the shots. It's what the Gray Shade Society wants. The Master Penmen think they run the show, but it's really the Gray Shade Society runs it from the shadows. No one knows shoes in it? What? Oh, okay. It's like, that doesn't make any sense at all. No one knows it exactly. It's a secret. Wavy. Oh, I'm not wearing my leather ring today. I just realized it's in the bathroom. It's on my sink currently. Whoops. Ooh, these are really big letters. Too big. It's just such a good idea. There's a place called No Vacancy in Vancouver that's that type of idea. Or there's also, I mean, in New York, there's the Sleep No More. It's a show, but essentially it's like you go into a bar and you get taken down into this private area and it's super cool, secret entrance and all that kind of stuff. Would be dope. Hello, Mum. Good evening. Making stuff. It's good. It's good to be busy making stuff. I'm just practicing today. I was gonna write quotes and stuff, but after writing for a little bit, I found that I just needed, practice. Just writing, just drilling, just repeating some things over and over again to get them a little smooth, because I haven't written very much this week. It's true. That's very true, Zach. I'm trying to think. Another good name popped in my head, because we always like the elusive when we talk about when we're writing to get the finest hairline. There's that, the butterfly touch. Another not bad name for a Penman's bar. The butterfly touch. I think the snappy nib sounds really good, though. Even though good penmen don't want to snap their nibs. That's the one thing that's got me like, snaps are not a good thing. So I was trying to think of smooth, which led me to the butterfly touch, but that's doesn't have as good of a ring to it. Bloody ink. Could also be the something blotter would work. The inked page, not a bad name. The inky nib is also a good name. I like inky nib. That's good. The inky nib. Now that's, I can't even write anymore. The pensive blotter. Welcome to the everlasting inkwell. Everlasting inkwell? Does that work? Is that a little too everlasting gobstoppery? Welcome to the indelible nib. Indelible nib. Does that work? And I mean, indelible is a cool word. Indelible ink, that works, but it doesn't sound speakeasy enough. Zach, I'm so glad you mentioned this. You realize this is all I'm going to be able to think about now. Maybe I'll dream about it. I get cool ideas in my dreams. Maybe I'll dream about some cool Penman speakeasy. Yo, my dreams lately have been weird. I usually don't remember them. But I end up waking, you know when you wake up and you think like, whoa, that was a weird dream. My dreams lately have been weird in the way that I'm not waking up thinking that I had a weird dream, but my dreams have been like multifaceted. Like there's like normally my dreams take on like a adventure type, so it's like a movie. It's like you're on some kind of adventure thing and all this stuff happens. So that is still happening, but then at the same time there's like bits and pieces of another dream, of just like completely unrelated things, just like snippets of these other things. It's weird. It's a little unsettling isn't the word, but I feel like I'm not getting the most restful sleep because my dreams can't decide. I'm getting like schizophrenic dreams. It's interesting. No, because they both feel like dreams. They're just like two simultaneous stories are happening at the same time. Like two different stories, but they're just in my brain and they're just like, whoop, 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 whoop. It's like fighting for my attention. So two dreams are happening at the same time, but the storylines don't flow. They're different. It's bizarre. Ever since I listened to the audiobook of Dune, half of my dream has been like this like Dune-esque sort of adventure type of thing, and then the other half has been very like unrelated. Like I'm pretty sure last night it had something to do with like Nerf guns and things like that, but nothing related at all, just completely different. It's very bizarre. I don't think I'm a fan of it. I would like them to go back to normal. I mean, dreams usually sound nuts when we try to explain them. I wish I would lucid dream more often. I am not a lucid dreamer, and I wish I was. I need to keep a dream journal, though. My stems are just garbage today. It's ridiculous. They just won't come out nice. This one, they're starting so jiggity. Jiggity, jiggity. I don't understand it. They just don't want to exist today. Brown fox and tipsy dog. Is that a ambergram? What's that word? Ambergram, yeah. Wait, is that the word? Ambergram? Yeah. Is that an ambergram? A, B, C, D. No, that's not an ambergram. Doesn't have a C in it. No, it's more than just anagram, because anagram is just a word like race car. I mean, or like, that just, you can make another word out of it. But a sentence that has all the words in the alphabet, I'm pretty sure it's called an ambigram. I always mix that up with words that, when you look at the word and then you look at it upside down, and it's either the same word or another word, which is called a pangram. Pretty sure, and I mess those ones up all the time. Or wait, it's a pangram when it's the whole alphabet, and when it's upside down, it's an ambigram. Maybe that's the way it goes. Like I said, I mix them up all the time. Maybe I mix... Now I have to Google that. Oh, yeah, sorry. I had that completely backwards. Sorry. Pangram is all the letters of the alphabet. One year at Iampith, we did a pangram swap. That was really fun. I'm wondering if we should... I don't want to initiate it because I didn't do the first one, but I should talk to... It was Melissa Esplin the first year. They did... Some people designed one and had them printed, and then other people wrote out a bunch of them. But it was basically just like a little card that had your pangram on it, and then you just traded with people at Iampith. So you had like a stack of your pangrams, and it was one you had to design one yourself, and then you traded with other people. I didn't do them beforehand. I wrote all my pangrams at Iampith and then gave them to people. What was my pangram? It had just a bit of silliness in it, but I can't remember what the rest of it was. I made a silliness pangram, but that was fun. I would be down to do that again for Iampith. It's like an envelope exchange, but in person, and it's like little collector cards, little pieces. We haven't done that type of stuff in a while, except for, well, we've been doing the books that George has been putting together, which have been really cool. But nothing like before Iampith to bring. Maybe we'll present that next year as an option, or talk to some people and see if people are into it. Come on, just be smooth. Capital stem. Just be smooth. Just chill out. Why do you gotta have a pot belly? Just be smooth. My consequence for breaking into a Pizza Hut was 6 months in juvenile detention. That's a good one. You wrote that one. Was that last week or the week before that? I saw that on your Instagram. And I wondered if that was just you confessing, or if that was a pangram you read. Oops. There we go. It's a smooth one, finally. That's the thing. I mean, pangrams don't have to be just the letters of the alphabet. They could be any length. I mean, if it has every letter of the alphabet, which it does, then it's a pangram. It's just a sentence. There's no length requirements or max length. I've always been obsessed with ambigrams. I wish I could remember what they are all the time, but because I call them the wrong thing. Ambigrams are super cool. Designs that look the same upside down, or that say a different word when they're upside down, or the same word. They're sweet. They are very tough to design. They work best in like black letter, old English, and stuff like that. I designed a Spencerian one, an ornamental penmanship one once, that was Ancora and Imparo for a buddy of mine. It's not good enough yet though. He wants to get it as a tattoo, but it doesn't look right when it's done in ornamental penmanship. It doesn't really work well for that. I was impressed that it works, but it doesn't look quite right. Can I find it? I wonder. Do I have it right here? I will show you if I can find it. 2 seconds, let's look. It took a lot of work to get it to where it was. And it's just not quite good enough. I have a feeling. Would it be in here? I'm gonna go through my binder. Would it be in my binder? See if I can find it. I feel like this is where it would be. I can't think of what other folder or binder it would be in. Oh, that was cool. I forgot about that one. A little bit of masterpiece flourishing there for a calligraphy master's piece I did a long time ago. I don't flourish like that very often. Well, some of these are really old. Come on, where are you? Where are you, ambigram? I want you to be in here. I haven't seen it for a long time. Sorry. I want to find it now that I have it in my head. There's a lot of signatures in here. Wow. Come on, where are you? You have to be in here. If it's not in here, I don't know where else it would be. I'm running out of pages, ladies and gentlemen. This is no good. I want to show you it. But if it's not in here, we're gonna be out of luck. Come on. Where are you? Where are you? I gotta look close. Some of these take a second to read. Oh, there's the design for the new shirt. The remake of the old one. The design is finished, just has to be digitized. Oh. There's Zach. The Mountain Penman. That's a fun one. Oh, I don't think it's in here. It's not. What? Where else would it be? Is it in the front here? Hong Kong, 2019. Monograms. There's a fun monogram I did a long time ago for myself. MGWard. Oh, is it not in here? Darn. Nope. Well, I have no idea where it is in that case. Darn. Well, sorry to waste everybody's time. Yeah, that one was fun. I want to carve this out of wood one day. But I haven't been able to figure out how I want to do the 3 dimensions of it yet. But I want to carve like a door plate with that on it. Well, now I'm frustrated. I legitimately can't think of where else it would be. Oh well. Ah, wax seal would be dope. I need to find somebody to carve me wax seals. Because I have super silly, but I have these. I have a couple of these. I have my bad pylon, my traffic cone wax seals, but I want them to be like dimensional. I want the traffic cone to be round and for the glasses to stick out. But I need to get somebody to hand engrave it to do that, rather than, because a machine or a laser will just do it flat. Or just a CNC one will just do it flat. I mean, a machine could do it 3-dimensional as well, but I don't know what kind of a file I have to design to get a 3-dimensional one made. But 3D will be fun. Like Chin Long, her wax seal is really cool because it's a hand, but it's like 3-dimensional. Like the knuckles are bumpy and so it's not just flat. It makes a huge difference. So I would like something like that one day. Okay, this has to go up there more. I'd have to, well, I gotta design it, I guess, in 3D, which I could do that, I suppose, and give that to one. Well, yeah, I remember when she first got hers, I asked her who did it, and she sent me to the guy, and yeah, it was very expensive. I would love to find one a little bit cheaper. But then there's like a guy on Instagram that does hand engraved like signet rings and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of people on Instagram that do that, but there's one guy, TH Brock, I believe, BRACC, I think his handle is. And I would like to, I gotta reach out to him and see what it would cost to have one hand engraved, just because it would be cooler to have one made by hand than by a machine. Yeah, that would be rather expensive, I can imagine. Jake engraves, but he doesn't do not the type of relief carving, or like not the type of carving that would be required for the design I want. Like I know he engraves, but it's different than just an engraving because it's your reverse carving the 3D image out, so it's different. I would love to do it myself. I just don't have the time to learn another thing. Whoops. My hand is just destined to not want to do good work today, but that's okay. I'm just gonna keep writing anyways. I bet you if I was sitting at a bar where I could order a drink and some ink, I would be able to write better. Super relaxed atmosphere. There we go. That's the idea. One more line on this sheet, then maybe I'll try to write a quote. I'll try that new poem I got in my email, I guess. To start out with. Come lower. Oh, good night, Marilyn. Sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging out. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Eat lots. Enjoy your pumpkin cheesecake. Is that what you said you made? Enjoy that. That's better. Ooh, I'm excited. Ugh, what's going on here? if there's any Tetris fans in the chat, the CTWC, the Classic Tetris World Championships, is happening online this week. Normally it's an in-person event, but for the past couple of years it's been digital for obvious reasons. It's streaming on YouTube right now. The event was, I believe, last week or a couple weeks ago, but it's streaming. Different matches are streaming every day, and if you want to see some ridiculous Tetris technique, the people's ability is bananas. Look up CTWC on YouTube, and it is phenomenal. It's incredibly impressive. Oh, alright, Ozzy fam. Sweet dreams, thanks for hanging out. Yes, sweet dreams of Penman speakeasies, everybody. Alright, let's try to write a quote. It's gonna be messy, but we're gonna do it anyways. Maybe I'll just blame everything on the nib. I changed nibs today. It's the nib's fault, obviously. New sheet of paper. Tetris is amazing. I mean, I really like Tetris, and the classic Tetris that came out with the original Nintendo was the hardest Tetris ever. It's in my opinion the most impressive. So that's the version they use for the classic Tetris World Championship, and it's super crazy. And for so many years, like even 4 or 5 years ago, people were fighting to get like certain scores, and in the past like 3-4 years, all the old records from, I mean, Tetris is not a new game, but in the past 3 or 4 years, all the old records have been blown out of the water, because people have had new techniques. It's like hyper tapping, and this technique called rolling, where they use reverse techniques, and they do this on the back of the controller to bump it into their fingers to press the buttons so they can go faster. It's crazy. Speed-wise, so if you imagine like the bricks falling normally with Tetris, like bloop 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 brick. These bricks, literally, and I'm not joking, they fall this fast. Brick, 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 brick. That's how fast they play. That's as fast as that's the level. What used to be called for years, since the like invention of Tetris until maybe 3 or 4 years ago, they got to level 29, which was called the kill screen, because it just dropped faster than anybody could play. And there are now people just like emerging last year, this year, that can actually play at what used to be thought as just like absolutely impossible for anybody to play at. And there's people that can legitimately get Tetrises and play at that high level now. So it's crazy how much, like, I don't play a lot of Tetris, but I got into watching classic Tetris championships a number of years ago, and I'm glad that I did when I got into it, because the evolution of it in such a short time is crazy. The only sad part is that all like the best players that were like champions from years past, I mean, nobody who I watched when I first played can hold a candle to any of the dope people now, because they're just way too fast. It's like magic. Alright, let's write a quote. Let me see if I can find this quote that I got in my email the other day. I think I took a screenshot of it. If not, I'll try to find the email. Screenshots. Apparently I didn't take a screenshot of it. Okay, let me go in my email then. And we'll look up quote. What? Where is it? Is this the wrong email? There it is. It was a quote by William Arthur Ward. And it's relatively long, but it's: the adventure of life is to learn, the purpose of life is to grow, the nature of life is to change, the challenge of life is to overcome, the essence of life is to care, the opportunity of life is to serve, the secret of life is to dare, the spice of life is to befriend, and the beauty of life is to give. And I liked that, so I wanted to write it. What type of music would we play in the speakeasy? That's a good question. I mean, I would imagine for that, I guess the music that I imagine in a speakeasy isn't the same type of music that they would have listened to in like the golden age of penmanship. Because I imagine like 1920s era jazz. But penmanship would have been in like 1880s, 1890s. So I'm still imagining jazz, but I don't know that it would be the actual like music that would have been popular at the time. What music would have been popular at the time? I mean, just any saloon or speakeasy, I feel like just has to have like saloon jazz. But that's just what I think. But some form of jazz, some form of chill jazz, it could also be different. Different night of the week could be different themed. I mean, because if you want to have Penman like Brian, if you want to have I cursive there, you're gonna have to play something a little more intense, because he listens to much more intense. Same with Skylar, their music tastes are much different. The adventure of life is to learn. Here we go. We'll just write this one and hope it works out. I won't worry too much about spacing at this point. A decent tea to get things started. Oh. The adventure of life is to learn. What up, Satwick? Welcome, welcome. The purpose of life is to grow. I'm hungry. purpose of life is to grow. The nature of life is to change. This is a long one. The purpose of life is to eat. We could make that amendment. The nature of life is to change. The challenge of life is to overcome. Challenge of life is to overcome. The essence of life is to care. Oh, my phone battery is dying. Plug it in. essence of life is to care. What's next? The opportunity of life is to serve. Oh, I was gonna have pizza today, but the pizza place by my apartment is closed. I was downtown teaching, and then on the way home, I was gonna get pizza at the place by my place, but it was closed. If I knew that, I would have got pizza when I was downtown teaching. Bah. So, no pizza for me. The opportunity of life. Oh, I totally forgot about baselines. That went way below the baseline. Whoops. Oh well, that's just the way it is. Opportunity. Oh, now I just want pizza. I have completely run out of groceries. I have no food in my house. Gotta get groceries tomorrow. Is to serve. The secret of life is to dare. Is to dare. The spice of life is to befriend. All right. Good night, Leon. Awesome. I really hope that's the real Leon. That's the same Leon as last week, who said he's real. So that's a real Leon, I think. I don't know if it's the real Leon, but it's a real Leon. Good night, Leon. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. I can't tell by your profile picture if you're the real Leon. That's so rude to call you the real or not real Leon. But have a good evening, Leon. The spice of life is to befriend. Whoops. Good night, Mom. Nice addition. Befriend. And the last one, the beauty of life is to give. I don't know if it's James or Leon. Wait, somebody look in the IAMPith directory. Is Leon's name, is his last name Dixon in the IAMPith directory? If Leon's even in the IAMPith directory, I don't know. Now what flourish to put on the bottom of this? I wrote it, so we'll do my standard. Whoa. There. Whoa, blacklight. You can't see it because the okay, Google, turn off glow light. Oh, and my lights.
Turning off the glow light.
I can't tell from the profile picture. You can't tell from a profile picture. And some people don't use their own picture in their profile picture. It's possible to tell. IAMPith Leon is not imaginary. That actually looks kind of cool from far away. Get fixed. Whoops. Fix the focus real quick. There we go. That turned out not bad for a first attempt. The adventure of life is to learn, the purpose of life is to grow, the nature of life is to change, the challenge of life is to overcome, the essence of life is to care, the opportunity of life is to serve, the secret of life is to dare, the spice of life is to befriend, and the beauty of life is to give. That is a quote by William Arthur Ward. No relation, but W-A-R-D. That's what caught my attention in the email. It wasn't the quote. I saw the last name and I was like, ooh. Are you gonna post it on Instagram? Yes, I will post this on Instagram. It's bothering me too, James. It's because of the P. I was like, oh, the P's in the way. And then I forgot to do that for some of the other ones. So, sorry. It's part of the uniqueness of this piece. Unplanned, in very tight spacing. My capitals should be probably a little bit smaller when the ruling is this tight. My lowercase should also, or could also potentially be a little bit smaller. But, a Jovatolo flourish, it's one that he's used. I don't remember where I saw it for the first time. I saw it in an old signature in the Business Educator. I can't remember who wrote it, but I liked it, and I've used it ever since then. So it's in the signature that I use all the time. It's in my main signature now that I use. But sorry about that, James. I understand that one's different, and yeah, sorry. There you go. It's not perfect, but I will probably, I will take pictures of this. I'll take a photo of this, post it on Instagram, and then I think it's gonna go in the mail to Zach with the specimen he purchased. This will be another one. It'll be a little bonus specimen that'll go in the package to him when I mail it out. Okay, well, it's after midnight, so you know what that means. The transition, oh no, don't open that. The transition is not nearly as smooth as it used to be because apparently my lights got messed up when the time changed. Enough of that. And the one light doesn't even work on the timer anymore because I spilt white ink on it. Okay, Google, turn off studio left. Actually, I can do that on here without Google talking back. Turn that on. Okay, one thing I don't know yet is if my new writing paper looks good on, oh, which one of these is walnut? That's walnut, that's iron gall. Properly put lids on these ink jars. I don't think we'll stay in party time too terribly long. I'm a little bit tired today, but we'll see how things go. Alright, I'm gonna try my new writing paper. Oh, it's not as dark. I don't know if we'll be able to get the whole mermaid look with this paper. If this doesn't work well, it might not be a dark enough ivory. I'll grab the what's it called? I'll use some of the gray paper. Fun fact, or just experiments, I tried putting some liquid gum arabic in my blue ghost ink, and it just made it like gunky. So that didn't work, unfortunately. I was hoping to thicken up my Blacklight ink ever so slightly, but it didn't work. Why don't we have GIFs on YouTube? Oh, are there no GIFs? I guess you are correct. There are no GIFs in the YouTube chat. Because I'm assuming people would just spam GIFs in the chat. I'm surprised nobody uses GIFs really on the Discord. That's apparently something that a lot of Discord servers are just... People have full-on, like, GIF and meme channels just for people to post pictures and GIFs and things. Our Discord isn't super active these days. Because of me, sorry. Insert worm dance. Nice. Okay. Good there, let me get that specimen out of the way so I don't splash ink on it. Now, can I go... Whoa! That looks crazy. People are too serious on... They don't have to be serious. Discord can be whatever you want it to be. It's entirely up to you how serious it gets. Oh, this paper might not be good for Blacklight. Let's see here. Can you see that? Oh, it kind of works. It's definitely not Drunk Mermaid. Ooh, I don't know if that looks that great. Let me see if I can tweak our... OP people are serious? No, I mean, I'm an OP person. I'm not serious. At least I don't feel like I'm serious. Ooh. Okay, let's see if we can't get something that looks good here. What do we need? That's kind of Drunk Mermaid-ish, right? It's definitely inversed, and it's not black paper. The paper is very light. Nope. Oh, wow. Oh, that's cool. That just looks like white ink, though. Maybe we'll go with that. Yep, this definitely looks different than usual, but we'll go with it. See how we feel about it in a little bit. Oh, it looks... Yeah, it doesn't look that great. Do you guys like this color or no? You can't really see the hairlines. That's the only problem. And when I go here, it's just too bright. The Blacklight. Yeah, we're gonna have to go with the gray paper. The Blacklight shines too bright off of this paper. Back to the drawing board. Piece of writing, and then I will tweak our color settings to get it looking good for the gray. I mean, and on the Discord, the, obviously the... Whoa. Like, the OP chat is a serious thread, but there's lots of channels in there. You guys can talk in the not ornamental penmanship one. In the lobby. Don't have, you could be not serious in the lobby. Whoa. I mean, I ask questions in the lobby, nobody ever answers them. Anytime I post in the lobby, nobody else posts. Nobody responds. You could also use the video thing. There's the 24-hour study room in there if you want to write and study with people. This is the gray rhodia, yeah. I don't know if I like the gray rhodia for blacklight writing. I don't know if it... I might have to one of these days go back to just regular blacklight writing. I've been doing this pink color for so long. Pink Mike, that's me. I don't know what theatrical writing is. I just felt like writing the word theatrical and then writing the word writing. I was really hoping that that other paper would be good for blacklight, but it's a little too light. Sure, Giancarlo, what's your nephew's name? Oh, are some of the letters invisible? Marcus Rei. R-E-I. Cool. Because he's going to be a penman one day. We'll give him one of those. There we go. Nephew of Giancarlo. Marcus Rei. Whoops. Sorry, I didn't realize I wrote that all out of frame. I mean, it technically could be any color. That's up to us. To me, it's blue. Yep, I know I was off screen. Sorry. Whoops. Who says F's have to be the same size? See, oh, just Winnie, you gotta get James to come back to the Discord. He doesn't post on the Discord anymore. He's gotta re-sign up. So that's your job, oh, just Winnie. You gotta get James back over there. You gotta make the Discord fun enough that James comes back to the Discord. That's good, Giancarlo. Glad to hear it. That's your mission. That's not how you spell mission. Whoops. Sounds good. Ava Calligraphy is our newest subscriber. Oh, this is the rare yellow Dizzy Bunny. All Ojaswini's plan are evil plans, I think. Ava Calligraphy. Double Dizzy Bunny. Woo! What kind of party is this? Yellow Dizzy Bunny. Well, the Dizzy Bunny is only yellow because we have the crazy filters going on right now that are making everything colored funny. Normally it's like peach. But the After Midnight Dizzy Bunny is a rare yellow Dizzy Bunny. It's the special edition. Numbers like degrees in millimeters. That's not all the time. That's just every once in a while. I mean, I'm gonna throw James under the bus. He was complaining to me the other day that not enough people were posting ornamental penmanship on Instagram. So I said, come to the Discord. You can post on the Discord. But in order to get more people to post on the Discord, more people need to post on the Discord. Ah, Giancarlo, you saw a yellow Dizzy Bunny. That means you're lucky. Everybody who saw the yellow Dizzy Bunny, I almost said Disney Bunny. Dizzy Bunny is lucky. We are blessed by the yellow Dizzy Bunny. 2 Dizzy Bunnies in one stream. Holy moly. How lucky are we? Whoa, this song's intense. Yellow. I don't feel like doing a capital D right now. But I will do a capital B, just for fun. Ooh, it's a nice B. Yellow desert bunny. My new go-to response when people ask me to critique writing is gonna be, did you enjoy writing it? Whoa, look how bright that paper towel is. Holy moly. It's a rave paper towel. It's like a heat sensor and it is on fire. Oh, I wonder. No, never mind. Oh, actually, what about my other gray paper? I have other gray paper I forgot about. I'm gonna test out another paper with the Blacklight, if I can find some. There it is. This might actually work. It might be too bright as well though, but let's test it out. Now this is gonna not work with the filter we have on here. Whoa! Yeah, of course not. It'll require tweaking, but I just want to see how it compares. Oh yeah, it's darker than the... Okay. This might work. This might be the solution that we were looking for. Alright. Patience with me for a couple seconds here. That's basically... Yeah, sorry, jeez. It's basically the motto of my stream. Oh wow, yeah, sorry, that's really bright. Sorry, there we go. That's the motto of my theme, of my live videos is, please be patient with me for a moment. Okay. Well, I will start writing and posting more OP, James, just for you. Just for you. But I'm gonna try to post more on the Discord than I post on Instagram. That is my plan. Okay, let's... Okay, I'm sorry for your eyes. I'm sorry. How do I make that? Wait. I need to write something on this first to get ink on there. Oh, if this works, we can always use this paper. Okay. Okay, this paper works pretty good. So this is the new paper that I ordered. I got an ivory or a natural, like a creamy color, and then a white, and then a gray, and I forgot about the gray. This is the gray. So the gray, I got the gray so I could use it with white ink, but it's too light of a gray for white. Let me see here. Okay, that looks horrible, obviously, but give me a second. Can I get a good setting? Okay, let me get a good setting. How did we used to get the paper to go black? How did I do that? I don't know how I did that. Whoa! That's just like... That's just a solid blue. That looks like an iPod commercial. No, it's not the paper. I honestly don't know how I got the screen to go black when I was using cream-colored paper before. It never made sense to me when we used to do it, and it doesn't make sense to me now. But somehow we were able to get the paper to go, like, super dark. But now it looks like this is gonna be... That's gonna be how we're gonna be able to do it. The paper's not gonna go black anymore. Unless I can figure out some weird... Yeah, see, that doesn't work. When I bring the contrast up, the paper just gets brighter. These are all things that I should do not live. I should figure this all out before I go live, but... Opacity? No, that's not what we want. Gamma? No. I think we're just gonna have to go with that. Too bright. Sorry. Okay, hairlines are visible. That's what we need. Now let's get... Jeez, that's very pink. We'll go like that color. We'll do that for now. We'll see how we feel about that. Oh, I haven't decided if I'm gonna get a booster yet or not. Do you guys prefer this or the gray paper with the bright ink? Which do you guys like best? What are your thoughts? Yeah, this one is very, very clean. Early with this paper, James? Do you remember the colors? Describe it to me and I can get it back again. Whoops. Squish the sender. What colors was it? Because we could also go less intense. Do okay, well here, let's see. If I go... Whoops, sorry about that. This is the stream of malfunctions. What up, Sadvik? Welcome, welcome. We're messing around with colors for glow today. I'm in experimentation mode. Okay, if I go... Okay, wait, let me go back to defaults again. I can find this setting again, no problem. Wait, actually, let me duplicate. Yeah, okay. Whoa. Okay. Reset this to default. So that's what it looks like, just with Blacklight. That's just what the Blacklight looks like. I could just change the color and nothing else. James liked... What did he say? Grayish green paper and light colored ink? Oh, that hurts the eyes. Sorry. Oofty. Like that? Teal? We can get a little Tiffany teal action. Whoa, this paper, I guess this ink kind of bleeds on this paper after a while. You can see what's happening on the P. Hue shift. Sorry. I just have too much fun playing with these colors. What if I go all the way to this side? Ugh. Nope, that doesn't look good. Fuchsia? Purple? Blue? Teal? I mean, this one looks pretty close to reality, actually. If it was a little darker blue. That's what it looks like in real life to me, the most. Maybe I'll do that. We'll keep real life. I like teal, actually. Teal. For now. Fuchsia's pretty bold. If you find it, James, send me a screenshot. Oh yeah, shoot, this paper, the swells bleed on this paper. I don't know if that's the ink or just this paper. I'm not sure. Maybe not a good option for Blacklight then. Tiffany teal. Too bad. You win some, you lose some. It also could be my ink. This Blue Ghost ink is many years old. The paper's close to the... Yeah, I can't make this paper close to black, I don't think. I don't know how to do that anymore. I somehow could do that with the other paper. But the other paper, every sheet was like a different shade, which was annoying. Well, if it bleeds, well, then that's no good. That's a bad option. Unfortunately, I thought we were onto something here, folks. My apologies for misleading you. Uh-oh. My name is Michael Ward, and I can't spell things. I always forget if it's an A or an E. I do like the look of the teal, though. This feels bright and pretty. Alright, Hody, have a good one. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, James sent me a photo. Wait. James! In the photo you sent me, I'm literally writing the word gray paper. Because that was... the dark, that was this, that was, whoa, that looks cool. I like that a lot, but that was, that was this paper. Yeah, that looks cool. I might have to go back to using that, since this ink or this paper bleeds. It does look really cool. I just thought I'd have a really good use for this, all this gray paper that I purchased. This is a light gray paper. Ooh, we can do better than that. Yeah. What's going on with my entry ovals? They are all crazy. Bum, 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 bum. I really like this light teal with like essentially white ink. Is what it look. I mean, it's really just looks like I'm writing with white white ink on teal paper. I would like the paper to be darker, but I can't do that with this paper, unfortunately. Nope. Better. That was a good one. Yep. Tiffany teal. The dark blue paper from the old specimens is cool. When I ordered the samples of paper, when I first got samples of this paper, I ordered a blue paper that's like a blueprint paper that I was hoping was gonna be like the blue paper that they use, but it was not. It was like it was kind of transparent and a little plasticky, which is really unfortunate. I tried though. Alright, Sadvik, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Have a wonderful day. We will see you next time. That should have 2 loops in it, I think. That S looks weird. Does that look better? I don't know. It's a weird S. That didn't work. Experiments. Oh. Oops. Let's rock out a full alphabet real quick. Full small alphabet, and then we'll call it a night. Full alphabet at the bottom of the page. Whoa. Glide sheet is very glowy. Sorry. I feel like it's even brighter now with this white sheet of paper here. My face cam is literally glowing. Whoa, looks like I have a light board on. Oh, capital D. My nemesis. Not terrible. It's very bright. messed up the F. Bummer. Oh, and brighter. True. Oh, I like this version of the H. I never write this one. Whoops, that's supposed to go in there. Close enough. Eek. Yep, it's like an iPod commercial. Whoops. Whoa! The Q was not the way it should go. It's falling apart. Don't let it fall apart. Let's bring it back together with the capital R. Best R ever. Here we go. Oh, I hate that the ink is bleeding. That makes me so sad. It makes me sad. No, it isn't, James. I mean, doesn't have to be good. This alphabet's not good. Look at that Q. Just letters. Ha! Yeah. Who says X's have to touch in the middle? I don't. Oops. I've been really digging this entry lately. I never used to use it, but I like it a lot these days. Oof. Rough alphabet, but there it is. Yep, the X is, it's an H. This alphabet doesn't have X's. This is from that rare period in American history when the alphabet had two H's instead of an H and an X. They just used two H's. I mean, If I could get rid of any letter in the alphabet, it would be the capital D. I'm pretty sure it would be the letter that I would delete. If I was able to delete one letter from the alphabet, it would likely be the D. I am not a fan, nor have I ever been. There are other letters that are equally difficult, but I at least enjoy writing them. I never enjoy writing the capital D. It stresses me out. Every time I write a letter, dear so-and-so, it's just right off the bat. It just sets me up for failure right at the beginning of a piece of correspondence. Trying to make me look bad. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, there's our alphabet. We're gonna call that a night because it is 1 o'clock in the morning. We haven't got to Blacklight in a while, but we got to Blacklight today. Try the other form of the... Yeah, I can do the other one better. I just always forget to write it. The other one is equally weird. I'm not a huge fan of the other one either. But I do need to get better at both of them. I need to get better at all of it. Today was awesome. This was a good... I needed this. I needed just a good... Just write. Which was good, even though to push through having a not amazing writing day. If you're writing and you're not having a good writing day, if you're not enjoying yourself, stop writing. Take a break. If you are enjoying yourself, keep writing. Push through it. I really enjoyed today's session, even though my hand wasn't the best. It is the holiday season. If you want to write me a Christmas card, my P.O. box is in the description below. I will write back if you write me, I promise. Yeah, that's it. Thank you everybody for an awesome evening. I hope that you guys have a great day. And make sure that you are falling in love with the process. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that life should be just a bit of silliness, really. Good night, everybody.